Evening, everyone. It is Monday, March 4th, and we do have a quorum, so I will call this meeting to order. Our first agenda item is approval of our agenda. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving tonight's agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Tonight's agenda is approved. Dr. Stanley, would you please review tonight's agenda for us?
Yes, I will. So we are going to acknowledge some individuals who are representing excellence. We're going to hear from the public. You have your consent agenda. For discussion, we have international travel, our Unified Transition Project Search, an update around our CPSS efforts, specifically DEI. For action, and then we have some policies. For action, we have our American Indian Resolution. We have our FY 2025 cost containment recommendations, pupil transportation vehicle purchase, and policies for approval. We will have leadership and committee updates and my updates.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. Now for excellence in action, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Stanley.
Yeah, so we just want to acknowledge some individuals that are demonstrating excellence in our system. This comes from a parent from Southview Middle School. She says, "Hi, Dr. Stanley. I want to let you know that our son is truly thriving at Southview Middle School. He seems to really have found his people. The administrators are incredible, and we truly feel like we've gotten our son back. He's excited to get to school every day and is bouncing off the walls when he comes home. Particularly, Julie Crone, who is the administrative dean there, is one of the incredible administrators there, and anytime we need information, records, or just someone to check in, she has made herself available. In the spirit of allowing the wins to be as loud as the challenges, I want to celebrate the school and Julie. Thanks for all you're doing in the district. Southview Middle School parent." I know. Let's clap for snaps for Julie. And then this comes from a Creek Valley parent. "Hello, I wanted to send a quick note of appreciation. My second grader has really enjoyed recess this year. He plays football with a group of kids, and like most elementary kids playing together, organizing football can sometimes come with small disagreements from time to time. But our child talks about Andre, the recess supervisor. So Andre works for community education. He says that Andre helps things run smoothly and that Andre even plays with the kids sometimes. Our family is grateful for Andre and the work he does each day at Creek Valley. Please extend our gratitude for his service. Recess and play is important, and Andre is helping to make that happen each day on the playground. Thanks, Creek Valley parent." Snaps for Andre. And that's what I have this week.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stanley. We're now going to move to hearings for members of the public. And before we get started, I just wanted to welcome people for being here tonight. In order for our community comment agenda items to serve all, including the public that is here to speak, it's important that individuals understand the process tonight and our expectation of those at the podium and in the audience. When you signed in and asked to speak, you acknowledged an understanding and adherence to Board Policy 206, which are community comment guidelines. Pursuant to this policy, each speaker has a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. When those 3 minutes are up, you must conclude your remarks. If you do not wrap up quickly, I will ask you to stop. If you continue to speak, you will be ruled out of order and potentially asked to leave the boardroom. This time is not designated to address items of concern about specific staff or students, and personal attacks by anyone at the podium are unacceptable. If this happens, you will be warned, and if you persist, you will no longer be able to continue your remarks. Any feedback about district employees needs to go to their respective site level leader, the superintendent, or be submitted to the board in writing. We ask that audience members listen attentively, but do not interrupt, applaud, or disrupt the meeting in any way. It is important to us that this space continues to be one of order, inclusion, and respect, and we are all responsible for doing our part to maintain that environment. While the public comment period during our board meetings is an important function and serves as a vehicle for our board and community to hear stakeholders' concerns, our board is also here to accomplish the important work of our district. Board Policy 203 provides guidance for how our board meetings will operate and states that our regular board meetings must end by 10 p.m. As such, as announced to the public in January, public comment period will be limited to 15 individuals. Per our updated protocols, the school board will give first priority to Edina Public School students, individuals who have children attending the district, or individuals who are employed by the district. The school board will give second priority to individuals who wish to address a specific item that is on the agenda for that meeting. If your form that was not filled out completely, you are not eligible to be called to speak. All efforts have been made to ensure multiple viewpoints are expressed. Multiple individuals expressing the same viewpoint or multiple people from the same organization should consider consolidating their remarks. If you are not chosen to speak, your voice is not any less important to us, so please consider sending us an email at schoolboard@edinaschools.org or coming to the next regular board meeting. Finally, during the public comment period, our role as a board is to listen, but this is not the place for the board to resolve any concerns, and as such, no comments will be made from the board. Issues will potentially be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Our first speaker tonight is Michelle Shanes.
On the black name.
Sorry, on the mic.
Hello. As a parent of 3 students in the Edina School District, I just wanted to express my support for the specialists, paras, special ed, and talent development staff that play such an important role for our students. I thank the board for your work and will yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Emily Bierman. Is Emily Bierman here? Oh, okay. Our next speaker is Maysoon Wazwaz.
Hello, is this loud enough? I'm here for one simple reason, and I think, judging by the audience, you know why I'm here. I'm here to ask Edina staff, when are you going to apologize? We have showed up to every single meeting. I know that we've called, and I know that we've emailed, and we have yet to see a single apology for the suspension of students simply practicing their freedom of speech. So I am here today to not beat around the bush. We are going to keep showing up until you say something. You can look at me and you can have condescension, but we don't care because we are not going to stop. How dare you allow your students to not only be harassed by the staff, but be harassed by the students? You have refused to investigate your own staff. You have refused to say anything. How dare you? You think you can hide behind this podium and look down on us, but you cannot silence us. We are here because I'm not here to convince you to be pro-Palestinian, even though this genocide is going on. I am here to say that freedom of speech prevails, and from the river to the sea is not hate speech. It is not hate speech. It is calling for the liberation of my people. We should all be standing for liberation. How dare you bring up Native lives and the land that was stolen when you continue to punish those who do not want history to be repeated? How dare you? What more is it gonna take? Please tell me, what do you want our people to do? We have showed up. We wear our flags and we have banners and we call and we email. Well, guess what? You're not listening. So just tell me, what more do you want? That is all I'm asking. That is all I'm asking. Please tell me. Erica, do you want to tell me? Miss Erica, Karen, Stacy, Elliot. What do you want from us? We have Edina alumni here who have also attended the school, and I know for a fact that in your classes you teach about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr., people who stood against racism, yet here you are doing the opposite of what they stood for. How dare you bring up what happened to the natives on this land, yet you punish those who simply wanted to speak out for my people. That is what we're here for. And if you're going to turn me away and read off some lousy rule sheet and some condescending sheet about listen to this and listen to that, but don't say this, but don't say that, well, guess what? It's very clear that you've all become cowards. You've become cowards. You've become cowards. All of you in this room can sit back when this is done and have a coffee and laugh and say, look at that angry Arab girl. Well, I don't care. I'm going to say it once and I'll say it again. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Can you please?
We were here. He knows we're peaceful. That's why he ain't doing anything.
Comment? Do you want to hear my comment?
Public comment.
Look, folks, this is the thing. We are now in active litigation. We have an OCR suit. We no longer can say anything until we are out of active litigation.
Once you're in active litigation, we're gonna be here every meeting, and you're not gonna have your meeting till we get a conclusion
Drop
on
the
that
suspension,
litigation.
then we
Just
wouldn't
drop
be
the
here.
suspension,
Okay.
ma'am. I called your number. I know. Stacy Stanley, Superintendent. I called you. You've not picked up a single voice message. I probably called over 100 times. Where was your call back? I know it was ignored. All of your staff, from Erica to Stacy to John to Jim, all of you have been called. There's been no public comment. So honestly, save it. Just save it. Yep. Yes.
Drop the suspension.
So we are about to come out, and we are really hoping that you're going to be peaceful,
Then drop the suspension.
and you are going. That's great. Okay, we are hoping that you're not going to be disruptive and be silent so that we can move forward with our meeting.
Yeah, can I say something? Hold on, can I say something?
Hey.
That's exactly what we did 2 months ago. I was just telling everyone, I sat right
And again, we are in active litigation, and we cannot do anything as related to any of your demands until we are finished with litigation.
Okay, can I finish my sentence? I let y'all talk. Hey guys, please. I let y'all talk. I let y'all talk. I'm gonna finish. Thank you. We did everything you guys are asking us to do. You said, hold on, you said don't disrupt? Okay, listen, do you want me to show you my phone logs? We all called, we emailed. I sat at this desk right here, and I gave you guys a speech 2 months ago, before the litigation was opened up. So don't even give me this bullshit that, oh, it's about litigation, because way before, y'all had months. This has been going on since October. We've been calling for months. We've showed up in this room for months, okay? We've complained.
emailed, too.
We have emailed for months.
She's saying 2
So,
months,
hold
but
on,
we actually
one
came from
second,
November.
One second. So this excuse that it's about litigation, yeah, the litigation only got opened up within this last month. So that's not even the excuse here. And hold on. We gave y'all an opportunity. All we asked, very simple, it's right up here. Erase the suspension from the students, discipline the students who assaulted with metal water bottles. As my uncle just said, and I don't care if it's a pro-Israel student, pro-China, pro-Iran, whatever it is. If I hear that a child had a metal water bottle thrown at their head, the very least you could do, my mom works in a school, I worked in a school before. The very least you can do is check your cameras, check your damn cameras, that's all we're asking. Those
Well,
cameras-
this is what I will say. Nope,
let
I
you-
did allow you to speak.
No, dialogue right now. No, we never said that. Hold on, listen.
We didn't say dialogue. I said that I was going to make a statement, and I made the statement. We are in litigation, and any information about our students, about their records, anything, that will never be made public. That will only go to families. And so you
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are going to return from recess. Because of the delay in returning from recess and our long recess, I would like to see if someone would like to make a motion to amend our agenda to remove our discussion items.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of amending our agenda to remove our discussion items, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Is there a motion to extend our board meeting to 10:30?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of extending our board meeting until 10:30, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We are going to continue with our community comments. I would like to call up Ashley Crone if she is still here. Thank you. I would like to call up Victoria Linton.
Yes, hi. Where do I stand?
Oh, right there.
Oh, I just sit at the thing, I'm sorry. Never done this before.
You're all, yep. you're-
Thank you. So I'm here because of my daughter Zoe. Zoe is 12 years old. She has been in Edina Public Schools for her entire life, and she's thriving because of it. She is like the most amazing child in the world, and we even sat through the whole Palestinian and the protests to just say that we wanted our 3 minutes to talk about nursing care and how wonderful the schools are, how great they've been with Zoe. Zoe needs 24/7 care. She needs G-tube. She has to be catheterized. She is nonverbal. She can't feel pain, and she thrives in Edina Public Schools. She needs those nurses. She needs those paras. She needs everyone there. The Edina Unified Program is unbelievable. They're so great with her. I showed up at the red carpet event, and they said, let me just take Zoe. And I was like, who are you? And I was like, one of the students. I'm like, seriously? You're going to take my daughter? Okay, go ahead, take her. And they all love her. So they're all learning so much from this population of children who are disabled. And Zoe's thriving because of it. I couldn't send her anywhere else. If I couldn't take care of her myself, because my husband is able to work and I get to stay home, like I have that luxury, I am able to take care of her. But she needs nursing care. And we've got 8,500 kids that are in this school district. And what the, we went through COVID with these people, these men and women who are helping our children to thrive and stay alive. You know what they have to go through every day? They'll call me in a second. Zoe's got 100-degree fever. I'm like, don't mess with me. She can't come home right now. You know why? Because I know my rights. I'm like, it's in her IEP. She gets 100-degree fever. If she's throwing up or if she broke something, that's fine. But they know, they just call, because they can't handle the capacity of children that they're dealing with on a daily fucking basis in school. And Zoe is like the hardest one, but we're dealing with 8,500 students. And we want to take away their nursing care? No, I think that's wrong. With everything that we've gone through with COVID, these people are beloved in our community, and we need more of that. In addition, keep our paras there. They do so much. The Unified Program does so much. And I appreciate everyone's time and their commitment to our schools and our community.
Ms. Linton, can you wrap
Thank
up
you.
your comments? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Zoe.
Yes.
Is Laura Lukens here?
Excuse me?
Oh, I was calling someone else up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'm like,
No.
let me move from here. Didn't I have to come on this?
You're all good. Thank you. Is Ben Wellborn? Come on up.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate everyone staying here. So, my name is Ben Wellborn. I'm a proud graduate from the class of 2020. I have a disability. What does that mean? It means there are some portions of my life where I need guidance to accomplish what most of you could do without help. Imagine what that feels like. Imagine the fear of entering school daily, wondering what would be asked of you and what the other kids think of you. Who is your advocate? Who is there to help you navigate challenges? I have never let my disability define who I am. I use it as motivation to achieve my goals. I am successful because I refuse to fail and do not use excuses just because something is hard. I will graduate on time in May with a bachelor's degree, having attended Rochester Institute of Technology in New York and the University of Minnesota, where I currently play trumpet in a marching and pep band. I will graduate with distinction, having earned a 3.75 GPA. I weighed 1.7 pounds at birth, am hard of hearing, and am neurodiverse. Why am I successful? I had the benefit of Edina's deaf and hard of hearing professionals. They stood in front of me, beside me, and finally beside me. For 10 years, they taught me how to navigate education, the world, and life in general. They supported me. They did not let me make excuses for myself. They taught me how to advocate for myself. They taught me how to achieve. Their value cannot be measured as a line item in a budget. You must walk in my shoes to truly understand. Most of you will never have to. Please do not cut or reduce this program in any way. It is why I am successful, who I am today, and what put me on the path to where I will go next. I am here today to stand up for the students like me who will have their services diminished. I am standing up for those who have not yet, but will walk into Edina schools and face the fears I have already conquered. When it comes to your budget, I ask no more of you than I ask of myself. Do not fail. Do not make excuses because something is hard. Use that as motivation to do what you know to be right. Vote for option A1. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Pusateri.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Melanie Pusateri, and I am a parent of 3 children, 2 graduates, recent graduates, and 1 8th grader at Southview. I'm also a community member and also a 30-year teacher at Edina High School. I'm here to just discuss my passion for my job and students at Edina High School, in particular with developmental and adapted physical education. Yay, sorry. We recently, I just wanted to share that I know that you're voting on reductions, and as a physical education teacher and as somebody who teaches unified physical education in the district, I think it is a critical course, and developmental adaptive physical education teachers are amazing in our district. We currently don't have any openings in a job, so if we're making cuts, we're actually cutting staff, and I'm afraid of services being cut for students. We've just celebrated Southview's unified program last week, and I teach 3 classes of unified PE with our adapted physical education teacher, and I see amazing things with our students and connections that are made. Me too. Thank you. I wanted to share at the end of the semester, I've taught this class for 5 years, and at the end of the semester, I give course reflections to students. And just a couple students' reflections come back to, this class has been very impactful for me. It's changed my viewpoint of the world and how I feel. Unified PE, everyone in this course comes out better, more kind, patient, and encouraging of each other. And another student says, it built friendships that without this class, we would have never had. All I'm asking you tonight is to really think about when you're making these cuts. We don't have a current opening. I believe the programming of our district in developmental adapted physical education is amazing, and I just want to continue to see our students thrive. Your job is very difficult. I don't envy the decisions you're going to be making, but I just ask you to really consider all students and those connections that are made, especially in unified PE or adapted physical education. Sidebar, I'm a parent, and the media specialists have been amazing for my students growing up in Edina. So Thank you to all these people that are here tonight, and thank you for serving, because I know this isn't an easy job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Wellborn?
Thank you. I'm not going to do my speech. I filled up your inboxes for the last 2 weeks. You know where I stand. The last work session that you all had, it was very clear to anyone watching that none of you are comfortable with the options on the table that you have to decide. They are horrific, life-changing decisions for students, for teachers, for yourselves, for parents, all of it. And we get it, and we see it. But I want to give you a thought. I want you to think about that option A1 is the one option that buys you time. But what you do with that time is what's important. I would like you all to select A1, but I would also like you to pledge tonight that you will form a board-level committee with students, teachers, administrators, parents, the union, and spend the 24 months that you're buying by selecting A1 to study the district. Look for the efficiencies. Look for the ways to enhance revenue. Make sure that if you have to make cuts, they are the right cuts. And most importantly, what you do not have today if you select option A is a plan to mitigate the risk of those cuts. You don't have a plan. And that's scary that you could take away services when all you have is possibilities. So buy yourself the time, but then use the time to figure out the right way to do it. And you're going to give yourself 24 months to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wellborn. That concludes our request to speak tonight. We are going to now move on to our consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to remove from the consent agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We will now vote to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The consent agenda has been approved. As noted earlier, we're going to not do our discussion items for tonight. And I forgot to put this as part of our motion, but we do not have the community member here to talk about our American Indian Education Program, so that is going to have to be removed from the agenda tonight. So my apologies for forgetting to put this as part of the part of what is going to be removed from the agenda tonight. We are going to move on to discussing our cost containment recommendations. Normally, if people have seen our board meetings, we do a motion to approve something and then we discuss it. However, because we don't have a very specific item that we're voting on, we're going to have a discussion first, and then we're going to make a motion. Once board members are able to ask questions and seek whatever information they feel they need to make a final decision, when it's clear what direction the majority of board is comfortable voting on, then I will ask for a motion for the specific cost containment recommendation that we will be voting on. Before we move on to board members, Dr. Stanley, do you have anything you would like to say?
Yes, I want to say that I realize that the board has really tough choices in front of them tonight. And I want the community to know, as a superintendent and as a cabinet team, we struggled very hard. Looked at everything that we could in order to find areas. As we developed the administrative proposal, we sought to have the bulk of the containment, as much as we could, fall within non-programmatic areas. And we did our best at meeting that at about 60% of the recommended $3.62 million. That 60% level is under each option that is before you today. Districts around the state are struggling with budgetary restrictions and concerns, and today, the Association for Metropolitan School Districts, or AMSD, announced that more than 70% of the AMSD districts have a projected budget shortfall for the 24-25 school year, totaling more than $300 million collectively. And this includes many of our neighboring districts as well. This is not intended to be a misery loves company introduction. It is just intended to continue to help increase an understanding of where we are situated at with funding in the greater metro area and in the context of the state with finances for school districts. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. Director Woodard, are you going to join us? And do you have information that you would like to go through before the board discusses?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board. No further information to add, just a little bit of clarity for those who still may be watching. The administration at its December 11th regular meeting notified the school board that it was facing about a $3.62 million budget gap for next school year, which would leave us below the board minimum unassigned fund balance of 6%, despite the fact that the district received historic funding at the 2023 legislative session. Nearly all of those funds were deployed immediately to salaries and benefits for staff throughout the district this school year, causing the gap for next school year and each subsequent school year. We engaged our budget reduction, reallocation, and revenue generation process, which involved 7 different community meetings, 6 board meetings, several different surveys, which we used to gather feedback and guide our recommendations that have been made to the school board. 3 options had been presented. We're down to 2 tonight. The district's recommendation remains option A, and it has since the beginning. And now option A1 is also before you for consideration, which rose out of the February 20th work session. With that, I guess the recommended action is before you.
Thank you, Director Woodard. The first thing I'll ask board members is what questions or clarifying information that they need before we move into discussion about the agenda items. So an opportunity to ask any additional questions you might have, or if you need any clarification on anything before we. Director Gabler?
Sure. I am still having a little bit of ambiguity on some of the specifics on this. Some of the items that are still, well, if we look at A1. And so I'm wondering if, when we look at A1, if when the remaining $150,000 of the student support services budget, if I go back to our board packet and we see that it says, I believe we learned at our work session last week that with the 150, the DHH teacher and the 504 coordinator come off of that list. But is that correct?
That's correct. I would also like to point out that that 504 coordinator position is currently almost virtually unfilled.
Okay. When I look at the remaining items on the list, occupational therapy, psychology, developmental adaptive physical education, can you give me an idea of what that will look like? Because as a board member, we have a strategic plan that we're trying to fulfill. And if I am voting on cuts tonight, I would like to better understand what that looks like in the services that we're providing for our students. So if there's any clarity, thank you, Director Rensing.
Yeah, so the .5 school psychologist position was one that we were unable to fulfill this year, and so we currently do not have anyone working in that role. So what that would look like for next year is we currently have a 1.0 school psychologist that is helping out at early childhood, and we have other people that help out, and so what we would do is it would just be .5 probably non-public, .5 early childhood. So we're getting the work done this year. We would continue to get the work done without it. No one's in that position. No one would be let go.
Okay.
And then we have a .5 posting that went up for adaptive Phi-Ed this fall. We were unable to fill that position. And so we had teachers that were working through their prep, getting additional pay, things like that. We've been able to recently fill that position. We hired for a .4 instead of a .5. And so the .10 would just remain unfilled and go towards a budget reduction.
So that position would be a .1.
A .1, yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then the OT position, we had an occupational therapist who took a leave and returned and no longer desired to be full-time. And so this person has been working at a .8 and does not desire that .2 portion of their employment back, and they're able to complete their work. And so that is the way those positions would be, that's what they would look like next year.
Thank you. That is really helpful for me to better understand what that would look like. So .1 for adaptive Phi-Ed, .2 for OT, and .5 for psychologist? That's what's still on the table. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. If I may ask a similar question, and this would not be for you. The licensed media specialist, in option A1, it's a 1.5. And in option A, it's a 4.5. Similar to the question that Director Remsing just answered, can you explain what that would look like?
Director Monsas Daly, are you able to come into the boardroom?
Can I ask a follow-up question to Director Remsing? Sorry, Jody, that you left, but you don't have to come up. It's just, I don't know. In general, it's just, how does the current staffing compare to like previous years? Are we running light now, or are we at what historic levels have been, or that type of thing?
To the positions, the school psychologist, occupational
correct.
therapy. Our numbers in special education, especially in early childhood, they're historical numbers. We do have high numbers in early childhood of students that are being evaluated. It's been a trend that's been existing ever since COVID, and so that continues.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm a little winded.
That seems to be the theme. We've had a couple winded people speak to us this evening. Thank you, Director Montes Daly. So one of my questions that I had was was looking at the licensed media specialist. And in option A, there is a recommendation to reduce 4.5 full-time educators.
Correct.
In option A1, the option is to reduce by 1.5 FTE. Can you kind of help me understand kind of what some of the thought process is of what that would look like? Like, what does 4.5 look like? What does 1.5 look like?
Yeah, I can do my best. I think it's a tough thing to envision, right? Because we've been working through these potential scenarios and what they might look like, and it's been pretty fluid. What we do know with 4.5, I think we can presumably say that that would be a shared situation, shared buildings. Who would be at what building, that I can't answer at this point, or what that would exactly look like, but if you think 4.5, that would presumably be shared. If we look at 7.5, so reducing by 1.5, if I'm being real honest with you, I don't know what that would look like. I think what we would need to do, if that is the recommendation of the board, is to sit down and figure out how do we best maximize that support and coverage across the district so that we can ensure that students are getting media programming the best way possible.
May I ask a clarifying question? So instead of it being specific to a 1.5 FTE, meaning it's actually the people, if you take the dollar amount that 1.5 represents, which is what we're trying to do in terms of the reduction in cost, could you envision a scenario as you go to figure that out, that the actual number of staff might look different than just 1.5, a loss of 1.5? It could be spread over the entire team. It could be a number of different avenues rather than it being specifically 1.5 human beings that are actually cut from the program.
Yeah, there are certainly different scenarios that are possible out of that. What we know is that, right, we're getting to that dollar amount that equals 7.5, and how do we disperse that across the buildings is something we'd have to sit down and look at.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it wasn't arbitrary. Like, we weren't arbitrarily saying you must cut 1.5 people. This is the dollar amount that we're reducing this particular budget item for, and then figure out through the process how to meet that.
Yeah, and I mean, and certainly comes with its own challenges to figure out what that looks like, and, you know, who wants what point of a position at that point. And 7.5 is a different number than obviously 4.5. So we'd have to spend some time looking at that, envisioning that out through the spring.
Great, thank you.
And to follow up with that, from my understanding, are those discussions that take place after this evening, are those, like, to Director Birdman's comment of 200,000, or what are we now cutting for that, 200,000 in the licensed nurse, or in the media specialist? 177, thank you. Would that be a conversation that would happen solely at the cabinet administration level, or would that be a conversation that we would bring in the media specialists and have that conversation of like, okay, we've got $200,000, where are some of those cuts? And maybe it is 1.5 people, but maybe it's, we're restructuring things for the process.
Well, so what I can say is if we're going to, whatever the cut is at the end of the day, or whatever the reduction is at the end of the day, we will certainly be in conversation with our media specialists for what that looks like, to vision that program moving forward, and to plan and prepare for the next school year. Yeah.
Are there questions or information that board members need?
No.
I'm like, if you have more questions, you can ask them. So I would ask board members to provide feedback on what they are interested in doing from a cost containment perspective. And so we can come to some sort of consensus, or at least a majority of the board can come to a consensus, so then we can reach a specific item that we can vote on. And whoever wants to go first can. I'm sure no one actually wants to, but I would ask someone to lead us off into a discussion about their feelings from a cost containment perspective.
Alphabetical.
Director Aram?
From my standpoint, I can't support option A at this time. I think that I would like to look at A1 as my preferred option. I think that although I don't like the capital note option, I know it's an option, and I feel that that is a reasonable option for us to kind of go and use that time window that one of the community members said about buying time. It will help us with some of the other additional pieces. I feel that there are areas that we can look at in terms of, I still am not clear on the allocation of tech levy versus media specialty pieces of it, and what that front end piece of services that might be a difference between the current media specialist role and whatnot. So those types of things I think are kind of due process in terms of the potential changes and reductions in the programming that we had talked about just now. So that's where I feel that's there. I'm a little concerned with the cuts to student support pieces of it, just because of the increasing numbers of special education resources that the district has. But again, I trust in the cabinet administration that they would find a reasonable way to address those situations, and feel that A1 gives us that time to kind of meet that as well.
Thank you, Director Aram.
just go right down the line?
Sure.
Or alphabetical, I think, for you anyway. I am also leaning towards a 1, even though in 2 years, it's possible we are right back here making cuts, because that seems to be the annual thing that we do in the world of public school financing, is make cuts. I think that the 2 years that it would buy us of having our kids receive these resources and services are invaluable. So I would like to have that time to advocate. I would really love for everyone who sent us emails, and we read those emails, to share their stories with our legislators and our state senators and our federal legislators as well, as we talk about the cross-subsidy and the nursing issues. If you've got a child who needs nursing care to participate in a free and appropriate public education, then they need to hear about that too. So we need a lot more people to get on board with getting loud for advocating for our resources. And also use the time to explore. We talked about busing as a possible revenue source. I would like to think that through thoroughly before we would explore any deeper cuts.
Director Gabler.
Thank you. I want to thank our cabinet members and our, for walking us through this for the last several meetings and working with us on this. I know this is not easy for you either. I, like my previous 2 colleagues, am in favor of A1. I understand the state funding. I understand the funding needs of our district. I understand the capital notes. I repeat what Director Aram said in terms of I need to better understand the capital levy, what we call the tech levy. I have a personal connection to that one because I was one of the co-chairs of it, and I feel like I need to better understand how we're funding our media specialists through that. So I also agree with Director Barry that it is very obvious that this community cares for their schools. We have received so many well-crafted emails, and I hope our teachers have received some of those emails, because the stories that we've had the opportunity to hear about you and how you are shaping lives every day, it's really something. And so I agree with Director Barry, please don't stop with us. We are confined by the money that we receive from the state. We need you to keep going further, talk to your legislators, request that demand that they are funding at a full level. Director Woodard has a graph that he shows often. It's on our website, and it shows the big gap between inflation and funding for schools. And so we're going to continue to have this problem if we don't fix public education funding. And I think I will stop there.
Thank you, Director Gabler. I support option A1. I think that it allows us to accomplish what we need to, mostly from a cost containment perspective, but allows us time to explore other possibilities. From a revenue generation perspective, it allows us to evaluate other cost containment strategies and other financial levers that could potentially be available in the future that aren't available to us right now. I want to acknowledge our administrators, as Karen or Director Gabler said, this is not easy, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done. It's super important work. I also want to acknowledge staff that is affected by this. It's not pleasant for any of us. in supporting A1, I think it's very important for the community to understand that if this is approved, it does not mean that we don't have to make cuts or do cost containment. This is allowing us more time to do evaluation and still ensure the fiscal integrity of our district and that we're able to keep our fund balance. We are still being left with an operating model and operating costs that are more than we can afford. So I just want to make the community aware that this is not a silver bullet to continue with expenses. This is giving us evaluation time, which is more work on all of us, but I think it's important work. And so I just think I would be remiss if I did not mention that. But in conclusion, to not be long-winded, I do support option A1.
Well, I guess I'm going to be a little bit long-winded if that's okay, but if you'll indulge me a little bit. What's 5 more minutes? In option A, we're dealing with a revenue problem. We do not have the revenue to match what we can and want to deliver as a school district. We've tried our best over several years to maintain staffing ratios, particularly in our school nursing staff and media specialist staff, that schools around us have already had to modify. In our current situation, our staffing ratios are unsustainable with our budget. I contacted several districts around us to see what their staffing ratios look like and see what the marketplace looks like. Many have already made these difficult decisions before us. I say that not as a this is a good thing forward, look what we can do, but as an example of this is the harsh reality of public education in 2024. I wish, and I know all of us on the board wish, we could keep all of our staff, our media specialist staff, our nursing staff ratios completely unchanged and not make any cuts. Unfortunately, that is not the reality before us. We have to cut our budget, and we need to be crystal clear and honest about that. The school industry has changed. I think media specialists and school nurses are incredibly important parts of a positive school culture. We have media specialists who stayed through this whole meeting already. These proposed cuts in no way should diminish or demean the importance of your work with our students and our children. I've known some of these people in these impacted groups for decades. They're not numbers on a spreadsheet to us. These are faces that we know, people with who we share our memories, educators who have helped our children. I know we all feel horrible looking at these cuts, but we can't sit here and misrepresent our budget situation. I think we owe that to you all. Looking at A1, I think it's clear to note that this method was not recommended by our administration, and has been proposed as a way to give us a path ahead with smaller cuts now, potentially to provide us with an on-ramp for 2 years to discover inefficiencies, new revenue streams, or hope for another round of educational investment from the state legislature. If we are unable to find a solution in those terms, we will return to this table in 2 years and not only make the same cuts, but potentially much deeper ones. I personally do not believe we'll be able to solve those problems in 2 years. Going the road to the capital note could very well result in deeper cuts in 2 years. These cuts we're looking at now already came after a full year of review, research, and discussion. So if we go the A1 route, okay, let's talk about fees, revenue, and state funding. I think it's important to state, I don't think we can fee our way out of this. In A1, there's an $800,000 shortfall we need to cover with the capital note. So let's use a recent example as a board. We briefly discussed a new transportation fee model in which every child in the district would be charged $350 to ride the school bus. Now, some school districts charge families who live a couple blocks away a fee if they want to take a bus. This model we discussed would charge everyone within 2 miles away from their school. The number floated looked very similar to that $800,000 figure, but once we kind of carved away, it didn't even come close to maybe a quarter of what we needed. It didn't include students on free and reduced lunch. It didn't have a family cap. It didn't forecast possible opt-outs. It didn't discuss negative outcomes for students and families. And last of all, it failed to deliver any context to the public school environment. That fee structure, we believe, would be the highest in the state for student busing. For example, Minnetonka Public Schools is one of the few around us that charges students. They charge $100 per rider with a $200 family cap. If we applied just that $100 fee to our originally floated number that we're talking about, without a family cap, without taking into account those other factors, the figure would already drop to $273,000. It would go down another 20% right off the top if we include our free and reduced lunch students. A family cap and opt-outs would surely drop it again. This model could cause undue issues in terms of equity and school efficiency, and like I said, it wouldn't fill even a quarter of what we would need, and this would be a pretty big new fee that we could bring in. In doing that homework, I spoke to officials from Minnetonka Public Schools. In their most recent year of data, and they're a bigger district than us, They counted revenue of $240,000. The biggest efficiency in their pay model, in their words, was not even necessarily from the revenue generated, but it's from not having as many bus routes due to opt-outs. So if we simplify that, the efficiency was from cutting bus routes. It wasn't from revenue, it was from cutting. Now, in terms of finding, we heard a lot about how we could find donations to subsidize programming in our emails and different comments, and we can't rely on one-time donations for annual salary costs. Dumping more responsibility on groups like the Edina Education Fund is not only not realistic, it's disrespectful to the incredible donations and the impact they already make in our district. They donate about $500,000 already to our district, and I know people said the public would be willing to donate more, but we knowingly had cuts coming for a year, and donations did not increase. I bring all this up to say our district administration, here now and before all of us were here, have been looking for efficiencies for more than a decade. I have been following, researching, and investigating school districts myself and the state legislature for more than 15 years, and these are sadly not new conversations. Many of you have had these same conversations as well. Since we opened the door to A1 and the capital note, I'm willing to entertain that option, and I want to be hopeful, but only under the clear implication that in 2 years, we will likely be making deeper, more impactful budget cuts. I'm hopeful we can find solutions, but this is history repeating itself a bit. We are lucky in Edina that we are currently represented by state legislators who understand the value of public school funding and support it with their votes in St. Paul. Unfortunately, the legislature has just about as many officials who do not feel that way. I'm not willing to bet another large jump in state funding in these next 2 years. Referencing Director Woodard's graph, we need sustained years of consistent funding. I'm not willing to bet on a revenue source popping up in 2 years that the entire public school industry has not yet discovered. I'm dubious that we can charge additional fees to our school population that we're already raising through this round to cover the shortfall, particularly when we're already asking these same families to donate to their PTO programs, their sports and music programs, and pay our voter-approved levies. The best option forward in respect to A1, in my humble opinion, would be to also at some point increase our capital levy and potentially correct some issues that might have been made last time in terms of making statements about who and what could be covered in that levy, which also came up at certain times. I can support A1, but only if we as a board are truly honest with our teachers, our parents, and our greater community that by doing so, we will likely have larger cuts down the road. I don't want to give false hope. We can take two more years, but we just took a year and we ended up here. As a district, we have been having these discussions for more than a decade. Finding inefficiencies generally means making staffing cuts. We need to be crystal clear about the great potential for future cuts. We owe that at the very least to our staff. In that case, if we recognize these issues before us and the possible impact, I can support A1. But thanks for listening and for me yapping for that long.
So thank you for your commentary. I guess I'm not necessarily convinced that this means larger cuts. It means different cuts. And I think that your note about the capital levy, those are mechanisms that's the exact idea of a mechanism to utilize to avoid some of those cuts. I mean, that's a huge thing that we can leverage along with our ability to increase our local levy that need to be explored. So I actually think it would be disingenuous to say doing A1 is a path to larger cuts.
Can I respond?
Of course.
I would just say.
That's why we're here.
Well, Director Woodard, each year, as our expenses go up, correct, or is that wrong? So every year we keep that same budget, it's gonna keep continuing to go up. But can I ask you, if we go with A1, would our cuts conceivably increase if we were unable to find funding solutions for that $800,000?
Yeah, so Director Mann, you're correct. Historically and presently, the way revenues grow in the state of Minnesota, it lags behind expenditure growth. There's no other way to speak about that phenomenon. It's just ongoing. For example, a 1% increase to salaries and wages in the school district is about $1.2 million. A 1% increase on the general education form is about $700,000. So the two sides of the scale are never going to be equal.
Thanks. I mean, I'm fine with going with A1. I just want to be clear to people that in 2 years, I don't want people to have like a false hope, like we saved the day and everything was great. We still have work to do, I guess, if that.
For sure. Jen or Michael?
Well, I
have to follow Elliot. Well said. And I have some reservations about A1 and that future me may not like present me in the future. Understanding that the $800,000 that's sitting there today is going to grow based on what Director Woodard was just saying. And I don't think there's a magic fix for this. It's not an easy solution, or we'd have one. I do think there are some possibilities with some of the things that have been mentioned already tonight. And I would like the opportunity to explore those. I'm in support of A1. And I do want people to realize that when we talk about efficiencies, as it has been said, that is not using a different kind of copy paper that might be a little cheaper. Those efficiencies typically are positions or other things that are impactful. So I would like the time and agree that if we're going to go down A1, that we need to be thoughtful and not sit here for 2 years and then scramble, but have a plan and really look at what are the options. And I agree, revenue from fees and other things just doesn't seem like a realistic path to cover everything. So I will support A1.
Thank you, Director Huvie. Director Birdman?
So a lot has been said, all of it pretty spot on in terms of where we sit today, the decisions that are before us, where we sit in the structural deficits that are ongoing in public education. I think that the plans that are before us are doing their best to try to articulate what those challenges are and what our limited choices are given the time that we've had since the budget came out from the state in the summer of '23. I think that regardless of which way we go, we have a fundamental challenge before us to figure out how our operating model that we are so proud of and has produced such wonderful results and that we have heard from our wonderful staff, our wonderful parents of students, our wonderful parents of former students, alumni, as well as our administration, that's what defines our excellence. So we've been able to find a way up until now to do that. What we're stressing out about is we can't maintain it given the financial model that currently funds us. That's our reality. And so I take great energy from the community and the staff who say that we want to come together and figure out how we can find a way to have our model while at the same time making our finances actually balance. I love it. This is the most engaged I've seen this community since I joined the board in January of 2022. It's really terrible that we are only at this point of engagement when it's coming to this type of stuff. But as much as we have to stay engaged, and just as much as our administration is always engaged on this, it requires all of us, all the stakeholders, to remain engaged to figure out how we're going to move forward. And I believe people are articulate. I have all the 100 emails that show people are committed to doing that. But action's got to prove it. We're having to take an action tonight because we have to, not because we want to. But we need the actions of everyone involved to figure out how we're going to make that happen. And you at least have my commitment that I will be championing that, okay, we should all be willing to put our money where our mouth is. So everyone who's written in, everyone who cares about this, it's not what we do tonight, it's what we're going to do starting tomorrow and the day after and the month after and the 9 months after, and the 12 months after that matter. So regardless of whether we turn out to be correct in this decision tonight, or whether it turns out, wow, it didn't play out the way Elliot was just saying, and we actually didn't quite come up with the goods, and we're gonna have to even have more considerable cost containment. One thing I would warn everyone, I'll go one step further. We said 2 years. Director Woodard mentioned when we talked about it at the special meeting on Thursday, we've talked about it before, we're hoping that this will get us 2 more years. I'll tell you right now, I don't believe that to be true. I think if we're lucky, we'll get 12 months. We'll get the 25 budget. But when we get to the 26 budget, I don't think you can say with 100% confidence, given all the variables that are in play, that something else couldn't happen. And that's not because of mismanagement or inefficiencies or anything like that. It's just the factor of how public schools are funded. And so I want us to be all cognizant of, we shouldn't be planning on a 2-year plan. We need to have a very dedicated and engaged process in this next 9 to 12 months. So by the time we get here next year, when we have to do the 26 budget, we already have all the ideas and all the priorities in our mind that we've mapped out and that we can execute on. Because what I know, what I've read, and what I've talked about with my colleagues here, I've talked about with the administration, I've talked about on the finance committee, does everyone have the exact same priorities for Edina Public Schools? And the answer is, it's not a bad one, no. Some people think this is the priority. Some people think this is the priority. Some people think this is the priority. None of them are wrong. That's their take on what the priorities are. Our job and the administration's job is to figure out what actually are our priorities. And we have to put our money where our mouth is. So that's where we are tonight. So as we move forward and make this action happen, which is coming here in just a minute, and I'm happy to make the motion to do it, is that I need people to be grounded in that's what we're dealing with going forward. And anyone who walks out of here tonight or watches this video or reads about this in the Sun Current or maybe never see it in the Sun Current, I don't know, that reality is still here. And so I'd ask us to keep that in mind. So we're fools if we go ahead with A1 and the capital notes and we do not then figure out as a collective how we're going to work on our operating model to make it work. So that's my advice tonight. I hope we follow that. And with that being said, unless there's any other comments, I would make a motion to approve option A1 tonight and continue to look at how we build a further process with all stakeholders as to how we're going to find our path forward beyond 2025.
Second.
Before we go to vote, I actually did have a couple more comments.
My apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. I wrote them down, so apologies for the lack of eye contact. Personally, I've said this multiple times, this is the 7th year in a row that I've had to make budget cuts. And personally, it's not just difficult, it can feel very, sorry. Sorry, I'm not even an emotional person. It can feel very defeating to be faced with these cuts year after year. When you care so much about our district and the people that work here and have very few tools to do much about it. But if you're watching and you care as much as I do, which I know most of you do, I would like to urge people listening to continue to communicate, not just with our legislators, but all state legislators and our federal legislators, to encourage sustainable basic education funding. If you're able, please consider donating to the Edina Education Fund and Edina Give and Go. The Edina Education Fund absolutely helps us from a budgetary perspective. It's been critical in paying for our literacy training that many districts are now in a quandary trying to figure out how to pay for it. So please consider doing that. I'd like to ask individuals that work for or know individuals and companies in the area, and I know there are a lot of you guys, that quality public schools absolutely benefit your ability to recruit and retain employees. And public schools are educating your next generation of workers. The Mayo Clinic just donated $10 million to Rochester Public Schools to help with their budgetary shortfall. Help us as a public school system help you. I do, before you vote, want to leave on a positive note. As Director Birdman alluded to, and Director Gabler, I believe, we've received so many emails over the past few weeks addressing budget cuts, and they, to me, were a great reminder of how amazing and outstanding our school district is and why we want to keep it that way. So I want to urge all of our stakeholders and residents to remember some of this information when you hear rumors about the quality of Edina Public Schools declining. And I did get permission before saying this. We heard from the lead of music education at St. Olaf College, who told us that she encourages her most capable St. Olaf music education graduates to consider and accept offers to teach in Edina schools because of Edina School's reputation for excellence and the district's commitment to music for all students as essential. Only Edina. We heard from a family who used to live in another community who has a child with a rare disease, who said his pediatrician told them if it was their child, he would move to Edina. He said that the level of support they receive in Edina would aid their child through their entire experience from preschool to high school, and that it would be unparalleled in the state. We're one of the few districts in the state that has a licensed media specialist at each school. These are things, when we talk about whole child and a well-rounded experience, is the definition of excellence. I would be remiss not to mention we have 204 state athletic championships. We are the only middle school in the entire state that is a certified Special Olympics champion school. And lest people accuse me of not caring about our academics, we have been rated the best college prep high school in the state for the last 5 years or so. That level of holistic excellence does not come easily. So let's celebrate what we have today. And I, again, would like to thank everybody that works in our district, all of our community members, our administration, for helping us achieve what I consider monumental task of educating our kiddos and doing it in just a phenomenal way. With that being said, I heard a motion to approve cost containment A1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The cost containment A1 is approved. We're now going to move on to our next, sorry. Sure.
We're now going to move on to our next agenda item, and we will be discussing, Director Woodard, I believe you are up here again. We are going to discuss our pupil transportation vehicle purchase.
Thank you, Director Gabler, members of the school board. As you know, the district owns and operates its own pupil transportation service, particularly regular to and from transportation. We have 64 different buses that we operate ourselves. 51 of those are what we call regular school buses. A number of those are older than 15 years of age. Some are, in fact, older than 20 years of age. We aim for an average age, or a useful life of a school bus, rather, of about 12 years. So we have a number of buses that need to be replaced and need to be replaced within the next 1 to 3 years. We have a regular cycle of replacement program that started before my time here that we're looking to continue, and that involves purchasing buses on an every other year basis. So we'd like to go ahead and purchase 5 lease return vehicles. These are buses that are no more than 3 years old in great condition. So we'd like to purchase 5 of those this current school year. Since this action is coming so late, it's possible that we won't actually receive those buses until after July 1, and so then those would become a budget item next school year. However, the funds that were derived from this school year's enrollment would roll forward to next school year via the fund balance. The recommended action is before you.
Thank you, Director Woodard. I've somewhat regained my composure. Are there any questions or comments about the transportation vehicle purchase? All those in favor of approving the pupil transportation vehicle purchase, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The pupil transportation vehicle purchase is approved. Do I have a motion to approve policies 421, 515, 601, 602, and 613?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, but can I have a clarification on one of them?
Absolutely.
Is this the right time to do that?
Yes. Director Gabler did.
Did you get that?
Director Gabler did a motion on the buses. Did anyone do a second?
I thought Elliot did. Did you?
I thought Elliot did too.
Okay.
We can
That's
take, should we revote?
Let's revote just to make sure we have it on record. Is there a motion to approve the pupil transportation vehicle purchase?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the pupil transportation vehicle purchase, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The pupil transportation vehicle purchase is approved.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for the board on policy 613, graduation requirements. When this came to our last meeting for discussion, there was particular attention drawn to the incoming freshman class around their social studies requirements and their elective requirements. And so Director DeSaint Hubert has done a great job of crafting some language. And if you look at the end of your policy, not in the appendix, might be in the appendix, sorry, mine's not working right now. Towards the end of the policy, you'll see the clarified language. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that because that was a change that was requested from the board at last month's meeting.
Do board members have any questions or concerns about that specific update? Are there any questions or concerns about any of the other policies? Okay, all those in favor of approving policies 421, 515, 601, 602, and 613, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Policies 421, 515, 601, 602, and 613 are approved. Thank you very much. Dr. Stanley, do we have any leadership updates?
I'm really excited about tomorrow. We are going down to the Capitol with the discussion that we've had to really advocate for additional funding, to advocate, in just many different ways. But we have our LAC platform. We have many, many kids who are going down with us. The voice of kids is really powerful with our legislators. That's exciting. Hey, our boys swim and dive just took home a championship, and so we are super excited about that. Gosh, our girls didn't even have time to talk about the girls winning a hockey championship before the boys. Okay, they're just going to quarterfinals. I know that. So, yeah, I think that those are probably the greatest, but most importantly is advocacy. Advocacy at the Capitol. Call all legislators, advocacy at the Capitol, because like I started out by saying, 70% of AMSD districts have a budget shortfall totaling more than $300 million right now. And these are our neighbors, so advocate, advocate, advocate.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. Before I motion to adjourn, tonight is the last board meeting of Director Monsa Staley. And I also heard, but she can hear, she can hear. I also heard that she likes to celebrate her birthday for multiple weeks. So I would like to wish her happy birthday from the board. And hopefully she could hear us clapping because I think she deserves a round of applause for her service. So thank you for your service here, and we wish you well at the U, and go Gophers. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.